Really good high quality set of Dorset lambs to start this first class of Dorsets out with. We've got a lot of similarity in type and kind up here in our top four to kind of sort through and evaluate. And as you move them around, get handling them, really start taking into consideration the way they're built and the way they're constructed. That's where our sheep up on top gets to win fairly easy. He is the widest based one of the top two, certainly the widest based one. Stands on a pretty good set of feet and legs. Really like his lines. He's really good in his underline. Really like how opened up he is in his rib cage. Really appreciate how wide based he is when you start studying the bottom of his body cavity and carries that all the way back through his back legs. Start talking about handling characteristics. He really is the freshest, biggest racked one in the class. Really good loin sheep, really good rump sheep. Has a lot of stifle expression and just a lot of expression all the way through his back end. He's one, when you put all those things together, he really balances up good. He's really the most complete fault-free one in the class. If I was going to critique him a little bit, I wish he was just a little wider in the center portion of his leg in relation to his front. He gets a little bigger fronted for me. He's not terrible in his shoulders. They do lay into his rib cage really good. He's just so bold ribbed. But I just wish he just had a little more mass to his end for me today. Next lamb in class is one you really appreciate for his eye appeal. When he comes out, he really strikes you pretty quick. He's one that bounces up really good. You like him in his lines. He is one, though, that gets pretty narrow base when he's coming at me. When I really start studying the bottom part of his body cavity, he's just a little not a little narrower. He's just definitely narrower than the sheep that wins the class. He's one that handles pretty fresh, but he's definitely not as expressive up over his top side. He's just not as shapely in his rack shape as the sheep that wins the class. He's one you really do appreciate for how smooth made he is over his top shape and back into that hip. But he's one also that you would like to prop him up on his toes just a little bit more on his hind wheel there. But he's one that really those top two placings were pretty close. He's one that's just not as wide based for me, not as opened up underneath for me, and just not as fresh in his rack shape to move up in that first hole. But two really good sheep to start the class out with. Young man's lamb next is probably one of the greener ones in class. He's one that's just not 12 o'clock yet today. You really do like the way the sheep's built. I think he's going to have a really good future ahead of him down the road if they're going to take him on. He's one that's super fresh in his top shape. Just a big rack in him, really fresh loined sheep for how green he is. He's one you really like his rib shape, you like his lines. He's just not as far along as a couple of sheep ahead of him today in class, but a nice sheep to be in third hole here. Next young lady's lamb in class, she's one when he first came out really grabbed my attention, just the way the sheep is constructed and built. Super good in his lines, really jammed up in his chest floor, really parallel. But when you really get to analyzing the sheep as he moves around, he's just more opened up in his shoulder blade on the top side of his body. He's just not as fresh and full in his rack shape as the sheep above him. That's one concern I have, actually a big concern I have, and why he ends up down there in fourth hole. He's not as fresh as the three above him, and really it just comes down to where his shoulder blades lay into his body cavity for me. But you really do appreciate the way the sheep is made and built, good on his feet and legs, really good in his body cavity. He's opened up, got some good turn to his rib cage, but he's one I would like to change on that top side some and freshen him up to move in class. Next lamb in class is one of the more troubling ones in class for me. He's one that just kind of sits outside himself in this class. He's one that just gets a little stale for me. You really like the way he's constructed as far as his body shape. He's not as heavy structured in his bone work for me as some of the sheep in class above him. He just looks a little older for me, just a little more stale. I like the turn to his rib cage, like him in his lines. I like his back end. He's really big-ended and really bold there. He balances up really good from front to rear. He just gets progressively wedge-shaped as you move on back, but he's one that's just not as fresh for me today, and he just gets up there and just looks a little stale for me. But he's one that pretty nice one to stand in fifth for this class. But good job on this first class of Dorsets.
Results in Class 1 Dorset's first place goes to Chauncey Nelson from Collins, Iowa. Second place to Sadie Allen from Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place to Ty Leader from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth, Eva Elder, State Center, Iowa. Fifth, Kyra Elliott from Calumet, Oklahoma. Sixth place, Jenna Bradley, Cassopolis, Michigan. Sixth place, Abby Law, Stratford, Texas. Eighth place goes to Kaylee Griner from Christiansburg, Virginia. Ninth place in the class goes to Alicia Rader from Eaton, Ohio. And 10th place goes to Trina Cherney from Warnock, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Please give our Dorset exhibitors a nice round of applause as they exit the show ring. Again, we'd like to welcome our judge this morning. We'd like to introduce him to you as well. Our judge is Brian Riley from Shullsburg, Wisconsin. He owns and operates a 250 head Hampshire weather type U operation there. He works as a ruminant nutritionist for Premier Cooperative. Brian judges many major shows throughout the United States. He says he's very excited to be here this morning. We're certainly glad to have him. Please welcome your judge this morning, Mr. Brian Riley.
Another good competitive Dorset class to finish out these Dorset classes. We're going to use a sheep that really is the most fault-free one of the class. He's one really catches your eye when you turn him loose, get him on the move. He really moves out and maintains his lines. His underline stays true. His top line stays perfect in him. He's high-headed. He's high at the top of his shoulder. Would you change the amount of wool he has on his legs? Absolutely. Is he as big a bone, big a foot size as the rest of them class? Absolutely. Wool on their legs isn't a huge criteria in my book. It's nice if they got it, but they have to have the right build to their body before all that stuff gets started in my mind. So when you start to analyze this sheep as the way he's built, he's really good on his feet and legs, really good on his toes. He's really opened up underneath, whether he's coming at you or going away from you. He's got a lot of width to the center part of that body. He's got a great turn to his rib cage. His shoulder lays right into that rib cage. He's got a big stand-up rack in him. He carries that really firm and fresh all the way back. Just really is the freshest sheep in the class. When you get to study him from his hind end, he is really big-ended. He's really pulled apart in the center portion of that leg. Really big stifle in him, really expressive. He's a sheep to me that once you get to analyze him and putting all the parts together, he's the most fault-free, easily finds his way to the top of the class. Next young man in class is one you really like, the attractiveness of the class and his eye appeal. When he comes out, he really catches your attention. Catches your attention mainly because he does have all that wool on his legs. But when you start to analyze his body and his handling characteristics, he's just not as firm and as fresh and really isn't as expressive up over that rack shape as I would like to see him. He's really good in his lines. He's really tucked up in his chest floor. He's not as opened up and pulled apart as the sheep that wins the class. He gives up just a little bit of capacity, a little bit of turn to his rib cage. That's being critical on one that's pretty nice. Like I say, he's good in his line. He's up in his chest floor. He's just not as fresh and as firm for me today to move up in class. Next young man in class, again, another one that's presented extremely good. He's really good in his lines. Really good in his lines. He's opened up. He's not as opened up and as wide structured as the two above him, but he handles, to me, very similar to the one that's in second. He's just not as firm and as fresh. He gives up just a little bit of width up over that loin and rump structure as the one above him. But again, he's one as you stand off from the side of the ring, you think, oh, that's a pretty nice sheep. But you get your hands on him and he's one, when you really get to studying him, he's just not built as good as the two above him. He's just not as firm and as fresh, again, to move up in class. Next young lady's lamb in class is one that is pretty fresh in his handling characteristics. He's definitely not as wide-based. He gets a little down on his toes and back, and I would like to change him in his lower third of his chest floor. He's one that just gets a little deeper on me there. I do like his top end. I like his rump structure. I do like him from stifle to stifle. He's pretty wide in his back end in relation to his front end. He gets out and he moves. He's a good attractive sheep, but there's just a few traits I would like to change about him to move up to compete with those other sheep above him. Next young lady's lamb in class, again, really good competitive class. No shame in being fifth in this class. He's one that's pretty attractive, pretty eye appealing. He does stand up high at the top of his shoulder blade there. He's one, he does have a big rack in him. He's just not as fresh for me today. In his chest floor in relation to his flank, I would like him to wedge the other way. I would like him to definitely wedge back to where he's deeper in his flank than he is in his chest plate. He's just one that gets a little deeper for me there, even though he is a tall fronted sheep. He's one I would like to change the construction of his rib cage to move up in class today, but a nice set of Dorsets. Thank you.
Following in the way back, we will select our champion Dorset. We're now selecting our champion Dorset in the Dorset breed. Results of Class 3 Dorsets. First place goes to Trace Titus from Alexis, Illinois. Second place, Landon Bewley from Silver Lake, Indiana. Third place goes to Dalton Cunningham from Mount Sterling, Ohio. Fourth place, Sarah Young, Leesburg, Ohio. Fifth place goes to Bailey DeGroat from Germantown, Ohio. Sixth place, Dayton Mortbit from Linville, Iowa. Seventh place goes to Kyler Lee from Burlington, Kansas. Eighth place goes to Cassandra Palskill from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Ninth, Martina Schultz from Akron, Wisconsin. And 10th place goes to Austin Wright from Greencastle, Indiana. We're now selecting your champion Dorset.
Really nice drive for the Dorsets to kind of set the stage for as we move into some of these bigger blackface classes. You'll kind of see what I'm looking for out here when I talk about construction and build. I guess starting at the ground up, I want them good on their feet and legs. I want them up on their toes. I want a good foot size to them. I really want them to, when they move out true in their lines, that their underline stays balanced, their top line stays good in them, one that's really firm and fresh. Really emphasize base width, emphasize the construction of their rib cage and their body cavity. I really want them turned to their rib. I want them shallow in their front, but I want them opened up as much in the center portion of that body as they can. Front in relation to their rear end, I want them to progressively wedge wider as you come from the front to the back with as much width to the center portion of that leg as we can get. I want to put all that stuff together to make them in the most fault-free bounce package we can get, one that comes in the ring and hits you hard, moves out striking, that they're up-fronted, they move good in their lines, but when you get your hands on them, they don't disappoint. They're really fresh in their condition, they're really trim in their condition, they're firm to their touch, they got a big rack shape in them, they got some expression in their rack, they're big and wide in their loin, big and wide in their hip, and like I said, progressively get wider as we get to the center portion of that leg, showing us some good stifle extension. Combine all those things together, and that's the one I'm looking for. We'll go out and congratulate your champion Dorset.
Your champion Dorsets both come out of class number 3. Trace Titus from Alexis, Illinois was your champion Dorset. Reserve was Landon Bewley from Silver Lake, Indiana. We're now looking for class 4 Hampshires. Class 4 Hamps.
Let's congratulate these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
We'd also like to introduce to you Mr. Jeff Ebert. He is with the National Hampshire Sheep Association. He is the secretary of the association, and he will be handing out some awards today. And we certainly appreciate him for being here and the Hampshire Association for supporting the weather show this morning. Please welcome Mr. Jeff Ebert with us this morning.
Well, it gets exciting when you get into classes like this that are just ultra competitive, all up and down the way. There's sheep down here that didn't get placed in the top 5 that I think are going to be tremendous sheep down the road. Really firm, really fresh, got a lot of parts that are really neat in them, and as they mature are going to grow into those things that and fill out into those areas that need to be, but really good set of sheep from top to bottom. We're going to start this class out with one, I think, that right when he comes out into the ring, he really catches your attention. He's a sheep that stays perfect in his lines when he moves. He's just really eye-appealing, really attractive. He just really gets your attention right away. He's really robust in his rib cage. He's really opened up. It's just tremendous in his lines. Again, like I said, when he moves, he's good on his feet and legs. He's really big in his rack, bold in his rack, just super fresh all the way down that top. Big rump, really big-ended sheep. He really wedges from front to rear exactly how I want him. He's just a sheep that really is the most fault-free one in the class. Is he a perfect one? No, he's absolutely not a perfect one. Are there a couple things I'd like to change? Absolutely, but those are the same things I'd like to change in my second place one. And those are when those sheep come at you and move away from you. Their feet don't set down perfectly square where I would like them to be set down. They're sheep that set down a little narrow in the back. They're wide at their hocks, but they get a little narrow in their back feet when they set them down, and likewise in their front feet. They are wide base, it's just where they set their feet down. They're wide based in the bottom part of their cavity, but they're sheep that one just excels in his profile as he moves away from you. Every angle he takes away from you or towards you, he's one that really maintains his lines. He maintains his up-frontedness. He's just really an attractive sheep that I like to use this class. The second one in class is one that's built a lot alike as our first place one. He just really, when you get him on the profile and you get him stuck, he really wants to pull down. But when you get this sheep out on the move is when he really excels, and I really appreciate that. When sheep can get out and move, you can get one that's stuck, and when you set them up, that can look like $1 million. But when you turn them loose, get them moving, they look good in the angles when they turn and go away from when you turn and come to you. You know, are they wide base? Are they good on their feet and legs? Do they maintain their angularity? Do they maintain their lines? This sheep does a tremendous job at that. He's really fresh. He's really big racked. He's really good loined. He gives up a little bit of width of upper hip from my first place sheep, but he's just as wide, just as wedge shaped from front to rear as the sheep in front. But he's got those same issues with his legs when he moves away from you. He just doesn't set them down really true to the ground as wide as I would like. And he's one that just, you know, when he moves and those angles of the ring comes at you, goes away from you, just doesn't maintain his attractiveness as the sheep in first. But that's a really close placing with two really good sheep. Likewise, my third place lamb is one you really like for his handling characteristics. Really fresh, really firm, which he should be in a lightweight Hamp sheep. But he's got just a little bit different set to his hind wheels when he gets stuck. He likes to get a little straight on them. He doesn't balance up quite as good in his underline. He just gets a little tight in his foreflank for me. I like the way he's built. I like how shallow he is, but he just wedges from front to rear just a little exact opposite of what I'd like. He just gets a little higher in his flank for me to move up in class. Next lamb in class, one of the lightest ones in class. Really appreciate the build in this guy. Really good on his feet and legs. Really good in his lines. He's really up-fronted. He moves out tremendous. He does, though, overall get just a little flatter in his appearance to me in the center part of his body. He just doesn't have the turn to the rib cage to move up in class for me. I would just like to have him more opened up in the center part of his body and carry that all the way back to his end for me. Next lamb in class is one. He's one when he first comes out, everybody probably said, wow, this sheep's really cool. And he is really cool from a profile. You really like the stoutness and ruggedness of him. But I think we're a little past this in our industry, or what I want. I want him just a little more athletically built, especially when they're young like this. If we got one that's 150, 160 pounds and they looks like this, that's going to be a different story as we get into those classes. But he's one that wedges the wrong way. He's got a really heavy front end in him. He's really big shoulders. He does have a big rump, big-ended sheep, but he doesn't balance up when you get up over top of him and you get him moving away from you. He just wedges the wrong way for me. He does stand on a really good set of feet and legs, but he's a sheep that's just a little too compact, a little too constricted for me, a little short-fronted. He's one I just like to add a little athleticism to him. I think that's where we're going, and I think that's where we need to be at for this sheep to move up in class today. But a really nice class of lambs for this Hamp class.
Results in Class 4 Hampshire's first place goes to Aubrey Rye from Estanica, New Mexico. Second place goes to McKay Elliott from Calumet, Oklahoma. Third place to Sky Shoemaker from Hayworth, Illinois. Fourth place goes to Haley Webb from Bowman, Georgia. Fifth, Kinder Harlow from Perry Grove, Arkansas. Sixth place goes to Cole Justin from Richwood, Ohio. Seventh place to Addie DeLong from Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Eighth place goes to Kaylee Mayo from Whitakers, North Carolina. Ninth place to Clara Bell Knapp from Bloomfield, Iowa. And 10th place in Class 4 Hamps goes to Tanner Burdett from Thornville, Ohio. We now have Class 5 Hamps in the ring. A round of applause, please, as our Hampshire exhibitors exit the show ring.
tremendous class again, a Hamps to evaluate in this class. We got 3 individuals up on top here that are very, very similar in type and kind, really constructed, very, very neat in their makeup, really wide-based, really good on their feet and legs, really good in their body construction. Comes down to really some fine details that separates these sheep. The lamb that wins the class really maintains himself with the most integrity as he moves around the ring, whether he's coming at, going away, turning an angle, complete parallel profile to you. Just a really neat sheep. He's really opened up in that rib cage, progressively gets wider to the center part of that rear leg. He's a sheep that's really wide based, really is the widest based one of the top 3 coming at you and going away from you. And for that part, he's really the freshest and most expressive sheep of the class. He's one that really stands up there with a big, big rack in him. Really good loin, just a really fresh sheep as you come out through that hip and into that lower leg. Really good sheep to win the class. Next lamb in class is one, if I was going to get critical on him, it's probably the relation of his depth from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest floor. He's one that just doesn't balance up as good as our sheep that wins the class there. He kind of wedges the wrong way. He's just a little deeper from chine to chest floor than he is from loin to flank. That's probably being real critical on a really nice one. He's a sheep that's probably not as big a bone as the one in front of him, but he's big enough bone. He's a sheep that gets out and moves flawless in the ring. He really grabs your attention when he comes in the ring. He's prepared really nice. He's just one that isn't built as good, and his body cavity is the one that wins the class, but a really nice sheep in his own right. Next lamb in class, again, very similar to the 2 above him. He's built really good in his design, built really good in his lines. When he moves away from you, he's parallel in his lines. The one thing that the lamb is, he's just deeper sided than the other 2. He's got good turn to his rib cage, but he's just got a lot more depth there from the sheep that win the class. And he's one that's just not as fresh up over that top. He's one I would just like to give a little more expression to his rack shape. He's full rack sheep. He's smooth up over his top, but the other 2 just have a big stand-up rack in them, which I do appreciate, and therefore he stands down into 3rd. Next lamb in class is one, again, 2. Catches your eye when he comes in the ring. He's a sheep that moves out, good in his lines, good on his feet and legs. He's really opened up in the center part of his rib and out through that rear end. But he's a sheep that just has a little more shoulder for me. His shoulder sets outside of his rib cage, and when he gets moving around the ring, that's where he ends up in 4th. He's one that just drops that front end down. He's just not as tall at the top of his shoulders. He's really good as far as the depth from the top of his shoulders to the bottom of his chest floor, but he's one when he moves, he just drops it down. I think we need to have him just a little more athletically built to move up in the class. Next lamb in class is one that's built really nice, good on his feet and legs, good in his lines, just gives up a lot of mass and width from the center portion of that body all the way back. He's one that I just need to have just a little more cracked open, but that's being critical on one that stands 5th in a class like this. He's really fresh, really firm to the touch. He's got a lot of good expression to him. He just gives up some mass and width to move up for me today. Thank you.
Results of Class 5 Hampshires. First place goes to Emily Smith from Elk City, Oklahoma. Second place goes to Tori Frage from Comanche, Texas. Third place in the class goes to Mila Testerman from Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth, Bailey M. Schultz from Richmond, Ohio. Fifth place goes to Neva Powers from Fayette, Ohio. Sixth place in the class goes to Mackenzie Castro from Napoleonville, Louisiana. 7th place goes to Sydney Gossard from Ada, Ohio. 8th place in the class goes to Sarah Young from Leesburg, Ohio. 9th in the class goes to Tyler Hewler from Greensboro, Georgia. And 10th place goes to William Rupnow from Nemaha, Iowa. Currently in the show ring, we have Class 6 Hampshires. Those animals weigh from 140 to 145. 42 entries in Class 6 Hampshire. Please congratulate our exhibitors from Class 6 Hamps as they exit the show ring. Thank you for being here. We would like to take a moment again to introduce our judge to you today. Our judge is Mr. Brian Riley from Shullsburg, Wisconsin. He owns and operates 250 head Hampshire weather type ewe operation there. He also is a ruminant nutritionist for Premier Cooperative. Brian judges numerous shows across the United States, and we're certainly glad to have our judge today. Please welcome again Mr. Brian Riley.
this is what I was expecting when they asked me to judge Louisville. When we get into classes like this that are really challenging, really don't disappoint at all when you get to evaluating these. I mean, we've got probably 10, 12 out here that are super solid sheep in their own right on a given day. Really could play in these top 5 spots, but I think we sorted down to 5 individuals that really there's definitely a cut point from these top 5 up that are just extremely good, strong, complete individuals that are conditioned right, handle right, just 5 extremely good ones. I think you can see here really what I'm looking for overall wise in sheep, but we're going to start out with a sheep that really, I didn't pull him at first when he came out. I'll be honest, that flank wool, I'll give everyone a big favor right now. Shear it off because it's really distracting to me when you're moving them. It's not so bad when they're on the profile and you're analyzing them on profile because it kind of blends in, but when you get out and move them sheep, it's really distracting. But so that may be why it took me a little longer on this sheep to really get him up to the top spot. I think he's just extremely good in the way he's built. He's really good on his feet and legs. He stands right up on those toes. He's big-footed. He's really wide-based. He's really opened up in the bottom part of his body cavity, but he's really wide in the center part of his body cavity. He's one when you get up over his top shape, really big racked, really good loin, really big hip, and he's really big in the center part of that hind leg. He's a sheep that just really balances up and is really complete on the move when he's stuck. He really doesn't give you a bad look, and the more you analyze him, the more he really combines everything together in one fault-free package for this class. If I was going to change 2 things, one is easy to change, I already commented on that. The other is he does get a little restricted in his movement. It's very acceptable to me. I wish he was just a little looser when he went on the move, but again, it's acceptable. That's probably critiquing one that's pretty good. Second place lamb in class, again, is a sheep that's conditioned right. He's a sheep that's super fresh, really expressive. He's really wide-based. I love the base width of this sheep. I love his feet and legs. The sheep falls into second when you get him out on the move or you're analyzing him from the profile. It doesn't take this long to figure that out. He is deeper from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest floor. He just doesn't balance up good. He just doesn't wedge from front to rear like I would like him. I would like him just to be tucked up in that chest floor just a little bit. But the one thing that this guy excels over my third place sheep is the way that shoulder's constructed and the way it lays into his rib cage. He's really opened up in the center part of his rib, and that shoulder blade lays into that rib cage just tremendously. So when you get up on top of him and you study that sheep and his body makeup and body construction, his shoulder and front end design really excels over my third place sheep. He's really opened up in the center part of his body. He's really big backed. And as you study him all the way back to his hind end, he's just really opened up in the center portion of his leg, big from stifle to stifle, but he's a sheep. He lands in second from the dimension and relation to his depth of rib cage there. I would like just to shallow him up just a little bit to move up into first. Next place in class, again, is one that is just as expressive and trim as the top 2 above him. He's really big-footed, really big-boned. He's not as wide-based as the sheep that stands above him. He just doesn't have the overall dimension underneath as the sheep in second place. He really lands in third just by the way this sheep's body is constructed when we're talking about his front third. His shoulder in relation to his rib cage. When you get up on top of his shoulder, it blends into his rib cage really neat, really big racked. As you study him and you get down to where I want a lot of turn to the center part of that rib, he's got turn on the top part of his rib cage, but when you study him and his shoulder in relation to his center part of his rib cage or the bottom part of his rib cage, all of a sudden his shoulders stand out outside of his body. You get to looking at his front, he's narrow in his front end, but he's wide at the point of his shoulders. Not that he's got a point to his shoulder, but where that shoulder is on the side profile of that sheep, and when you get up over top of him, it just stands outside of his rib cage. Again, it sounds like I'm being critical on one that's really good in his lines. He moves out really good. He's good on his feet and legs, but that's just a critical point to me. I like them built and constructed right in their body. Like I said early in the day, I like them wide through the center part of that body. I like that shoulder to blend in. I like them to get progressively wider as we get back through the center portion of that leg, and I like them trim and I like them fresh. This one's body construction just isn't as good as the top 2 above him to move up in class today. Next lamb in class is one, love his touch, love his freshness. He's a sheep, though, again, when we get talking about body construction, he's just a little deeper in his front third than he is in the top of his loin to the bottom of his flank, and he's one I would like to change that about him a little bit. Cool profiling sheep. He's upended. He's big-ended when you get walking away from him. He's good on his feet and legs, but he's one that just does appear to get a little flat in his overall makeup when you get looking at him from the profile. And when he gets out moving away from you, profiling, when he turns a corner, he just ends up getting a little flat for me, and I would like to open him up in the center part of his body and make that carry all the way back to his end. But a nice sheep to land in fourth. Again, the young man in fifth place, again, is a sheep you really appreciate when he comes in the ring. Really eye-appealing, really attractive, good set of feet and legs, big bone sheep. He's really attractive, but he's one that just gets a little flat, like my fourth place one in his overall makeup. When you study him from the side, when you study him from the profile, you set him in motion. He's got good flex to his feet and legs. He moves out good, but he just doesn't have a lot of turn to his body shape. He's not as opened up as the sheep above him. Of my top five, he really is the narrow base when you get studying him from his joints, from his knee to knee, hock to hock, and he carries that all the way down. He just gets a little narrow base for me to move up in this class today, but again, critical on a really nice one. Fifth place in this class is nothing to be ashamed about. Just a really good set of sheep here to use in this class. Thank you.
Results in Class 6 Hampshires. First place goes to Brooke Bowen from Lynn, Indiana. Second place goes to Laura Wynn from Moriarty, New Mexico. Third place goes to Tori Fraze from Comanche, Texas. Fourth, Haley Stottlemyre from Luther, Oklahoma. Fifth place in the class goes to Clayton Washman from Fargo, Oklahoma. Sixth goes to Louis Melchek from Bryan, Texas. Seventh in the class is Stetson West from Lamar, Missouri. Eighth place in the class goes to Tegan Gurley from Webster City, Iowa. Ninth, Savannah Hubbard from Madison, Indiana. And 10th place in the class goes to Camden Urban from Gatibo, Oklahoma. We now have in the ring Class 7 Hampshires. There's 39 entries weighing in range from 146 to 151 pounds. Class 7 Hampshires. big round of applause, please, as we excuse these exhibitors from the show ring.
A couple of these guys up on top got a workout in this class, so hopefully they did their stretching this morning, but they're a lot younger than I am, so it's probably no sweat. Again, we keep getting tougher and tougher in these classes. We got some sheep up here on the top end. I think there's 3 individuals up here again that are extremely good and really very similar in their placing as the sheep in the class before. We're going to start out with a sheep that I think is really, I mean, obviously he's the most muscular one in class. So then the decision is he structurally as good and unique as the sheep in second? And as you study him, pick him apart, make him walk a lot. He really is structurally unique as the one in second. The sheep in first, when he's coming at you, he is really, really neat in his shoulder structure, in his front leg set, how he sets that front leg down. He is extremely wide in the bottom portion of his body cavity. He carries that width true to the ground. He's extremely good in his rib cage as far as width of rib, turn to rib, just opened up in his rib cage, and the shoulder lays in there adequately. Have we had some that have laid in there better than that? Absolutely. But for the power that this sheep has, I think he lays in there really good. Really fresh sheep. You get up on the top side of these sheep, both the top 2 sheep, really fresh, really big rack. This one excels just in width of rack a little bit. Expression is the same as my second place sheep. Really wide loined, really, really big ended. This sheep progressively gets wider as you come back. His widest point of his body is the center part of his hind leg. Now, granted, all that being said, when you shorten one up in their height and in their length, you tend to get sheep that look more muscular. Do I think this is exactly where we need to be going? I talked about athleticism before. I do want sheep to be more athletic. I think this sheep is acceptable in his athleticism. He's not short to the ground on his front end. He's propped up there. He's athletic enough. You know, would I like him to be just a skosh more athletic? Absolutely. Just pulled apart, end to end, just a little bit, little more height. But when you get one that's this muscular, as I said, it's a little tough to do that. That's really getting critical on one that I really like. Second place sheep, that's where I really like this sheep, is his athleticism. When he gets out and moves, he stays true in his lines, which I commented on earlier that I think is unique in sheep. But he's one that just gives up a tremendous amount of power. He's one that's super fresh up over his rack shape, really good in his loin, really good in his upper hip. But when you get studying the center portion of these sheep, this sheep, granted, if the sheep in first wasn't in this class, this one obviously wins. He's pulled apart enough. He's got some width to his skeleton. He's opened up in his skeleton. But as you progressively work your way back to where we want him, the widest part of their body, the center part of his leg, he's just not as wide as the sheep in front of him. He is wide-based, I'll grant that. He's as wide-based as the sheep moving away that wins the class. He's not as wide coming at me. He maintains a great profile. He holds himself together on the move tremendously. His shoulder lays right into that rib cage where I want. He is more athletic, but he just gives up a lot of substance to move up in that first place class. And substance I like a lot when we have one that skeletal build is exactly the same and profile and look is exactly the same. I'm going to go to the one that just has more shape, especially more fresh shape. Because we have one in this class that I'll talk about in a little bit that has a lot of shape, but he's just too coarse. So great sheep to use in second place. Just gives up a little bit of dimension, muscle mass for me when its skeletal build is the same on the 2 sheep. But excellent one for second place. Third place lamb is one that's built very similar in his type and kind to my second one. Longer in his body, more athletic in his build, but definitely the narrowest based one as we get out here. Narrowest base, narrowest body cavity. Again, really good sheep. I don't want to take anything away from him. He's really good in his lines. When he gets out on the move, he stays true in his lines. He probably has a longer stride to him. He's got more set to that back leg. Absolutely acceptable. But when you get that long of a stride, although I'd rather have that long of a stride than short strided like the next one in class, it takes away from their base width, or it can when they're moving away from you. It's not going to damage anything when they're coming at you, but when they're moving away from you, they're going to end up narrowing up a little bit. Body cavity wise, he's not as wide and pulled apart as the 2 above him. Now that wide and pulled apart Obviously, you can get some sheep that are coarse in that, but when you get sheep that are built like the two that win this class, that are pulled apart like that and opened up as much as they were, and maintain that attractiveness and maintain that shoulder structure and rib structure that they do, they're easy to get up to the top two of this class. This one's just not as pulled apart as enough. He could fit inside those other two sheep. You really like him in his lines. If you're standing outside the crowd, you think from a profile, from a one-dimensional view of this sheep, killer. But when you get up over the top studying him, you'd like to open him up more. He's one that's got a tremendous touch, a tremendous rack shape, just like the two above him. Top three are awesome sheep. Nothing to feel bad about with third in this class. Next lamb in class, again, 5 super tough ones on the top end. Bigger bone sheep, bigger footed sheep. He's rougher constructed. I like the durability of this sheep, but again, I like him athletic and I like him cool looking. He's cool looking, but he just gets a little more rugged when we get to studying this sheep. He's a little shorter stride, a little stiff when he gets moving out. I do like the freshness of the sheep. I like his rack shape. I'd like him to square him up out through that loin and out through that hip a little bit compared to the three above him, just are really square, really full out there. This is critical on one that's built like this because he is a really nice sheep, and anyone that bred him, fed him, or feeding him should be happy with this sheep. My next lamb in class, again, is one that we talk about dimension and muscle shape and mass and width and all that, and he definitely has it. He's one, when you first bring him out here, he's going to come up towards the top of the class pretty easy. I love this kind of muscle structure in one. I love the width and dimension from stifle to stifle and in the center portion of his leg. Love his rack shape. But the issue I have with the sheep is he gets a little refined in his makeup and his bone work when he moves around. And if they're going to be built like this from a muscle pattern standpoint, I like them to be a little heavy structured. But when you get them heavy structured, like our lamb that wins the first class, if we're going to compare and contrast the two, the one that wins the first class is heavy structure, but he's unique and athletic enough in his build. This one just gets a little more rugged in his build for me. He breaks when he comes out of that rack. You know, he breaks when he goes out of that loin to his hip juncture when he transitions there. One, I really like the muscle uniqueness of him. He just gets a little coarse in his build for me to use any higher in the class today. But a really nice, strong set of sheep to talk in this class. Thank you.
Results of Class 7 Hampshires. Your class winner was Hudson Franklin from Shallow Water, Texas. Second place goes to Bo Davis from Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place, Ben Porter from Madison, Georgia. Fourth place in the class was Conrad Shelkoff from Geneva, Nebraska. Fifth place in the class goes to Hadley Schote from Idalou, Texas. Sixth place goes to Kobe Scroggins from Moore, Oklahoma. Seventh in the class goes to Garrett Griner from Keota, Iowa. Eighth in the class goes to Lindsay Eddy from Maryville, Ohio. Placing ninth was Carly Castello from Tracy, California. And 10th in the class goes to Megan Winters from Old Washington, Ohio. We now have Class 8 Hampshires in the ring. Again, that's 33 entries ranging from 152 to 155 pounds. A big round of applause, please, as these Hampshire exhibitors are exited from the ring. Once again, we'd like to thank Mr. Jeff Ebert, the Secretary of the National Hampshire Sheep Association, for being here with us today. In addition to your North American awards, we will be receiving a class-winning blanket from the Hampshire Association. They will also be sponsoring the Champion and Reserve trophies for the Hamp Division, and we certainly appreciate their sponsorship and them being here with us today.
Another really strong set of Hamps in this class. Probably worked through them a little bit faster because I found one that suited me really well when he came in the ring. And you get your hands on this guy, and he is a pretty impressive individual. As you study him moving around, he is truly, truly big-footed and big-boned sheep. He's not one that just has a bunch of wool on his legs. He is truly just a big-footed sheep. When he sets them down wide, square, true. When he's coming at you, when he's going away from you, really wide-based. When I talk about athletic build, this one, in relation to the one that wins the last class, is definitely athletically built. And he's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape for him for the type of sheep that he is. He's really opened up in his rib cage, or opened up enough for the extra added length of body that the sheep has. I'm not a big one for length of body, but this sheep, for the amount of length he has, he's really parallel in his lines. He really moves out about the ring tremendously. He keeps himself elevated through his front, athletic when he moves, athletic when he's stuck. You get your hands on him and you really appreciate the way this sheep handles. Just a big chiseled rack in him. Sometimes when you get them big chiseled racked ones like this, they're just rough and coarse over their loin and into that transition into their hip, where this one is big, wide, square, bold out through that loin and transitions into his hip really well. Big and wide through the center portion of his leg. Just a tremendous amount of expression, and just the finish on this sheep is just tremendous. Really appreciate this one for the way he's built, the way he handles, and the type and kind that he is. He's athletic in the type where I think is where we need to be going. As much as I like the sheep in the last class for the muscle characteristics and as blown apart as he was, this one's got that and a little more athletic build. The second place one is going to follow him extremely closely. He's one that's very unique in his lines. He's unique in his feet and legs. He moves about the ring tremendously easy, very fluid motion about him. He's one, though, when you start to get your hands on him, you start to analyze him, he's just not as opened up. He's definitely not as big a backed and not as expressive as the sheep that wins the class. He's one you really do like the base width that he has. He's not as wide-based as the sheep that wins the class, but I do like him over our third place one in terms of when he sets his feet down, he really follows that step true to what his body cavity is. So when he sets them down at the corners true. He's just not as wide base as the one above him. He's one you really appreciate for the width of hip, squareness of hip, levelness of hip, and the dimension of his lower leg and through the center portion of that leg. He's one that's just not as fresh out over his rack shape and not pulled apart as much as our first place sheep to win this class. Third place one is one I thought, that we'd move up into the second hole as far as the way he handles and his touch. He's just super fresh, really crisp. But the more you get to analyzing him, the plainer he is. He's just a little flatter in his shoulder, he's a little flatter in his rib cage, and he's a little flatter from the top of his hip down to his stifle. Now, does that mean he doesn't have muscle shape? No, he's absolutely got muscle shape. It's just in a longer muscle pattern that I don't desire versus the sheep above him. It's in a shorter muscle pattern that gives it more features, more turns and curves, and it looks like it has more shape. And that's what I'd like to change about the sheep. And he's not as big a footed as the two above him, but those top three in this class, again, are extremely good individuals in this Hampshire show. Next young man slamming class, again, is one that's really presented very well. When he comes out in the ring, he's easy to find. He's level in his lines. He maintains his lines. He just gives up a lot of power and a lot of mass in the class today. Super fresh, real firm. He's one that just isn't opened up through the front end of his body. He doesn't get progressively wider as we come to the back end, and that's being critical on a pretty nice one. The other ones just out-horse him a little bit in the class today. And then we get down to our fifth place one in class, where it's one, he is massed up, he is more powerful than the one above him, but he's a sheep that's he's just more coarsely built, similar to our fifth place one in the last class. I really like the bone structure of him. I really like the durability of the sheep. He just doesn't tie everything together as much, and he gets a little lower fronted on the move for me, and he gets a little lower fronted when he's stuck to move up in class today. He's one of those I would just like to give him just a little more athletic build and smooth him up to move up in this class. Thank you.
Results of Class 8 Hampshires. Your class winner was entry 274, Annie Schotmeyer from Batesville, Indiana. Second place was Logan Jackson from Olden, Texas. Third place was Neil Eller from Fairbury, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to Cash Rye from Estancia, New Mexico. Fifth place goes to Cole Cooper from Elmwood, Nebraska. Sixth in the class goes to Lauren Ott from Norwalk, Ohio. Seventh in the class goes to Madison Rule from Howerton, Iowa. Eighth place goes to Dalton York from Fort Worth, Texas. Ninth in the class goes to Colin Gump from Fletcher, Ohio. And 10th in the class goes to Austin Bernicke from Claypool, Indiana. We now have in the show ring Class 9 Hampshires, 33 entries weighing from 156 to 160 pounds. big round of applause for those Hampshire exhibitors as they get excused from the show ring.
It's a pleasure doing these hamp classes when the quality and competitiveness continues on in these heavier classes. A lot of times we get up into these big classes and they really start to sort themselves pretty easy because they just start to fall apart when they get to these bigger weights. But this is a class in particular that they really maintain quality from top to bottom, compete with any of the classes earlier in the day. To me, again, we'll talk about build, and the sheep that wins the class is one that really is wide based. When you walk him out, really walks out super fluid, super smooth, maintains his lines, really puts his feet to the ground right to the corners of his body cavity. He's one that's really wide based at the bottom of his body cavity and carries that true right to the ground. Really like the structure of his rib cage and shoulder set in him. His shoulder blends right into a big round bold rib cage. Just tremendous there the way he ties that together. And then you get up on top of his back, he's just a big wide back expressive racked sheep that carries into just a tremendously big wide loin and hip, and really gets progressively wider as you analyze him from front to rear. When you get to the center portion of his leg, it's the widest part of his body and just big stifled, but a sheep you really appreciate for his overall mass and width, but yet maintains a lot of youthfulness for this weight and size. He's one that pretty easily comes out and wins this class, as the other sheep below him could kind of fit inside this sheep, and he's still athletically built enough. He's not pounded into the ground. He's got enough stature to him. He's just built really well, really the most fault-free one, and a sheep I think easily wins the class. My next lamb in class is one, again, moves around the ring extremely good, stands up on a good set of feet and legs, really wide based. He moves out and comes true at you with base width and walks away from you with base width. He's really opened up in his rib cage, but he's just not as wide-bodied, wide-structured as the sheep that wins the class. He's athletic in his build like the one that wins the class, but he just gives up a lot of shape as you continue from the center portion of his rib all the way back. He just doesn't get progressively wider. Big rack sheep. I love the back in this sheep. It's one that's a rack that just comes up and hits you when you go to handle that sheep. Really appreciate that in him. He's big-loined and big hipped. He just doesn't have enough dimension in the center portion of that leg to compete with the one above him when you consider two that are similarly built in their structure. Next lamb in class is one that's built good in his structure from his feet and leg set. He's a little more compact than the ones above him. He's not as athletic in his build. He's one, too, that just gets a little deeper for me in his lower third, from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest floor. For his size, he just tends to get a little deeper. I like the square build of the sheep. I like how the sheep is opened up in his rib cage for the depth that he carries, which I'd rather have him shallow than deep. His shoulder blends into his rib cage good. He's definitely not as fresh as the two sheep above him. He's got a good full rack shape. It's not as expressive as the two above him. He's just not as expressive and trim and fresh handling for me today. He's big rumped. He's big ended. He's just a little past 12 o'clock to move up and compete against the two above him. Next lamb in class, really nice looking lamb as he moves about the ring, presented very well. He maintains his lines as he moves through about the ring, stands up on a good set of feet and legs. But here's one that just doesn't have the capacity and the width in the center portion of his body, really doesn't have the structure and stature, doesn't have the base width at the bottom of his body cavity, and he surely doesn't carry that to the ground. Now, when he moves out true when he's coming at you and moving away from you. He puts his feet down at the corner of his body. The challenge is it's just a couple inches narrower than the sheep in front of him. He's just one that doesn't have enough base width for me to move up in this class. You love his lines, love his design, but other than that, and he's shapely, he's just not as shapely as the ones above him. Similar to the one that follows him in fifth. Again, he's a sheep that stands true, walks true, at the bottom of his body cavity. His legs and toes hit the ground where they should. He's just not as wide as the sheep above him. He's not as opened up through the center portion of his body as the sheep above him. He's one that gets a little deeper in his forerib than the lamb in fourth. I love the trimness and expression of the sheep. Big racked, really good loin, really big hip, but he's not as full as you get back to his back end as he is to some of them in relation to some of them in front of him. He really is at the widest part of his body is his rib cage, which I like. I'd like for him to get progressively wider as he comes back. I think this is a sheep actually for his size that's still somewhat youthful, that's got a little bit of future left in him, and if that can just fill in back there with a little bit of weight, he's going to be very competitive down the road, but a nice class of sheep.
Results of Class 9 Hampshire. First place goes to entry number 1186, Logan Jackson from Olden, Texas. Second place in the class goes to Mila Testament from Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place goes to Bailey Amstutz from Richmond, Ohio. Fourth place in the class goes to Cheyenne Bowman from Hagerstown, Indiana. Fifth in the class goes to Louis Melchek from Bryan, Texas. Sixth goes to Tanner Hild from Webster City, Iowa. Seventh place in the class goes to Taylor Busenberg from Mentone, Indiana. Eighth in the class goes to Maggie Madden from Paso Robles, California. Ninth in the class goes to Jake Richardson from Auburn, California. And 10th in the class goes to Samantha Rout from Carmel, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 9 Hampshire. We now have in the ring, we have Class 10 Hampshires. Again, we have 37 entries ranging in weight from 161 to 167 pounds. Following this class, we will have Class 11 Hampshire. That will be the heavy class of Hampshires. And then we will select our champion breed, Hampshire breed champion at that time. Big round of applause, please, for those Hampshire exhibitors as they exit the show ring this morning.
once again, an extremely competitive class of sheep with one I think that pretty easily comes out and wins this class. Right when he comes out into the ring here, moves just tremendously well. Really wide base sheep, really good in his lines. When he turns the corners, comes straight at you, goes away from you, just really maintains himself very well. The thing I really appreciate the sheep is his youthfulness, his athleticism for this weight. He's one, when you get your hands on him, he is just very, very expressive, very trim, very fresh. He's a sheep you really like the way he's constructed from his skeletal structure, just really opened up in that rib cage. Shoulders lay into him perfect, and a really wide base sheep. Young lady in second is one that really is the most similar to that one, probably not as fresh as that one is. That one there handles like he's a sheep that's really young for his weight. This one handles like a sheep that's older for his weight. And but you really like for the way he's built. He's really wide, he's really big boned, he's really opened up in his rib cage. He gets progressively wider as you come to his back end. He's one that's very big top. He's just not as expressive through that rack as the sheep that wins the class, and he just doesn't progressively get wider as he moves away from you. Next lamb in class is one you really like for his athleticism. You really like the way he moves about the ring when he comes in, when he's coming at you, when he's moving away from you. Really good in his lines. The thing I'd like to change about the sheep is he just does get a little narrow on me. He's a little narrower in his body cavity compared to the two sheep above him, and he does just get narrow as he moves and tracks and sets his feet down. And when he's stuck, you can set him wide, but it doesn't make him any wider. She does a really good job just representing the sheep for what it is, but he just gets a little narrow from knee to knee and hock to hock for me to move up in class. But you really like the way he is in his lines. You like the muscle quality of the sheep, the muscle characteristic and handling characteristic of the sheep. He just gets a little narrow, and he isn't as fresh and as expressive as the sheep above him today. Next lamb in class is one that's built similar to the one in third. He's square in his build, good in his lines, moves out well, moves out fairly fluid, but he's just past 12 o'clock to move up in this class today. He's just not as fresh as some of the sheep that stand above him. Likewise, my lamb in fifth, really square built. Both those two are good in their lines, square in their makeup, smooth in their shoulder, open up in their rib cage, but they're just past 12 o'clock for me to move up any higher in this class today. Thank you.
results in Class 10 Hampshire. First place goes to entry number 272, Hayden Demonak from Carmichael, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry number 27, Gabrielle Gilliam from Washington, Kansas. Third in the class goes to Sarah Johnson from Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth in the class goes to Sam Schilmillen from Marcus, Iowa. Fifth in the class goes to Kaylee Stone from Gurdon, Arkansas. Sixth place goes to Matthew Wallen, St. Paris, Ohio. Seventh in the class goes to Lindsay Schmitz from Oaks, North Dakota. Eighth place in the class goes to Brittany Beggs from Bryan, Texas. Ninth in the class goes to Samantha Williams from Mabel, Minnesota. And 10th in the class goes to Kyra Schimbeckler from Columbia City, Indiana. Big round of applause, please, for those Hampshire exhibitors that have been excused from the show ring.
get into these heavier classes, they definitely get to be a little more challenging. Not challenging from the standpoint that you find 5 or 6 that you just think are, elite. It's more of a challenge to get them put together to find one that you really want to use, and that's where the girl in first ends up winning the class with. Really, he's the most complete, most balanced, most fault-free one in the class. You really can't knock him on his feet and legs. He moves out good and wide-based. He's opened up in his rib cage, really carries that back and progressively gets wider as you come back to the end of that sheep, and just as widest point is stifle to stifle on him. You really like the way his shoulder blends into his rib cage and the turn to his rib cage, and one that's this maturity and this size, you really like him in his lines. He still maintains some youthfulness to that chest floor and really youthfulness of handling. He's really fresh in his rack, fresh down his top. He's one that for this particular class, maybe not as elite as some of the ones we've seen before, but he's one in his own right that is a pretty nice sheep to win this class with. Next young man in class is one that gave me a little bit of trouble. He is a big sheep. He weighs up there, quite heavy the way he looks, but he maintains a lot of freshness when you get your hands on him for this size of sheep. He's really big racked, he's really big loin, big rump. He doesn't blend and isn't as smooth as the sheep that wins the class. When he gets out track, and that's probably where he falls into second hole fairly easy, he's one that tracks out wide front, wide coming at you, wide going away from you. His front is smooth into that rib cage, and he's opened up in his rib cage, but he just doesn't bounce and isn't as smooth in his makeup over his top line when he's stuck or when he gets out on the move. But you do appreciate him for his size and how trim and fresh he is at this weight. Next young man in class is one you appreciate the sheep for the way he's built and the way he's constructed. He's opened up in his rib cage. His feet land true to the ground when he's coming at you or moving away from you. He's a little short stride and a little stiff in his makeup, which he's acceptable today. You do like him, the way his shoulder blends into that rib cage. He's got a lot of turn to that rib cage, a lot of capacity. He's really wide in the center portion of that rear leg, but he's one that just gives up a lot of freshness up over his rack shape and up over his top side to move up in this class, but a nice sheep for third. Next young lady sheep is one that's very similar to the third place one, very similar to his build and their type and kind, same kind of lines, same kind of length of body, opened up in his center portion of his leg. When you look at him from the side, as a spectator, you think, oh, that sheep could have stood up higher. Yeah, he could have. He's good in his lines and he moves out good, but he's one that's definitely past 12 o'clock. You like how opened up he is, but he's just carrying a lot of condition, and he just really isn't near fresh enough for me today. Just doesn't have near enough expression up over his top side to move up in class, but a good sheep the way he's built and constructed to stand fourth. Next young man in class is one too that just doesn't balance up well enough. He's good on his feet and legs, but he's one that just gets a little, for this weight, gets a little more tucked up in his flank than he should on this sheep. For this weight, he's one that is fresh. He's just not as expressive. He's not pulled apart enough, and he's just not as massive and wide as the sheep above him to move up in this class for the way he is built for me today. Thank you.
Results in Class 11 Hampshires. First place goes to entry 371, Cassandra Pascal from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second place goes to Travis Walden from Trafalgar, Indiana. Third place in the class goes to Brandy Might from Whitewater, Wisconsin. Fourth in the class goes to Samantha Rout from Carville, Indiana. Fifth goes to Austin Himes from Central City, Iowa. Sixth in the class goes to Allison Smith from Emporia, Kansas. Seventh in the class goes to Tyson McVicker from Gnesko, Illinois. 8th in the class goes to Justin Rupnow from Nemaha, Iowa. 9th in the class goes to William Rupnow from Nemaha, Iowa. And 10th goes to Tyler Keys from Adel, Wisconsin. Following this short break, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion Hampshire today. So if you have a first or second in the Hampshire division, please check in the makeup area, and we'll be showing for champion Hampshire here just in a few moments. As the judge makes his selection for your champion and reserve champion Hamps, we would like to recognize our judge today, Mr. Brian Riley from Schulzburg, Wisconsin. He has 250 head of Hampshire weather type ewes. He also is a ruminant nutritionist for Premier Cooperative. Brian has judged numerous shows all over the country, and we're certainly glad to have Mr. Brian Riley with us today. If you would, let's put our hands together for a nice job he's done so far. Also, in addition to the prizes through the North American and the premiums. Jeff Ebert is here with us today with the National Hampshire Sheep Association. These class winners here today also have been given a additional award of a blanket. They also are sponsoring the Champion Reserve Champion trophies here in the Hampshire division, and we certainly appreciate them for being here today and their sponsorship and support of the North American Weather Show.
tremendous set of hamps up and down the classes all day long. It was really a pleasure and exciting to do these classes here. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause before I describe these sheep. I'm not going to go through and describe every class winner and every second place one. I did that in class. I think what I would like just to review is what I'm looking for in sheep. I like sheep that are structurally sound. I like sheep that are sound in their skeleton. So starting out, I like sheep that are wide-based. I like sheep that come at me wide, walk away from me wide, progressively get wider from the front to the rear. I like them opened up in the center portion of their body. I like a lot of turn to their rib cage. I like sheep that are muscular. Once you get all that stuff established, all that skeletal and structure established, I like sheep that are very muscular. From that standpoint, I like sheep that are fresh and firm and expressive in their rack shape, really full and fresh in their loin and big rumped and big ended. I like sheep that stand up on a good set of feet and legs and good enough footed. They don't have to be huge footed, but they got to be good enough footed. And then utmost from there, I think we need to make them athletic in their design. I think there's a sheep out here that does those things for me fairly well. Actually, there's a couple sheep out here fairly well. Right from the foundation and the fundamental, what I'm looking for, there's two sheep out here. When they come at me and when they go away from me, they are very, very powerful in their makeup. Their sheep, when they come at you, are wide-based, and they stand down, very true on their front legs and very true on their hind foot when they step down. They go away and come at me with a lot of base width. They got a lot of turn to their rib cage, and they're very muscular sheep, very good design sheep. So from that being said, I think there's several out here that I pulled to look at that I think are exceptional sheep. There's others that I didn't pull that there's no disrespect there at all. I think they're still very good, sound sheep. They just don't have all those fine little pieces that I'm looking for in one good designed package. I think there's two that I talked very highly in class that I'm going to stick with. And from that standpoint, I'll go out and congratulate your Grand Reserve Hamp.
Congratulations, your champion and reserve both come out of class number 7, Hampshire's. First place and your champion goes to entry number 686, Franklin Hudson from Shallow Water, Texas. Your reserve Hampshire was entry number 247, Bo Davis from Guthrie, Oklahoma. Congratulations to your champion and reserve Hampshire. Please give these young folks a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
good class of natural coloreds. Several of these out here, it'd be nice to take some parts and pieces from one and add it to another, but that being said, I think we're going to end up with the sheep that is the most complete, most balanced in the class, one that is extremely youthful, extremely trim, very fresh, one that comes out, hits you pretty well when he comes out to the ring, get your hands on him. Like I said, really fresh, really firm, pretty decent base width to the sheep, gets a little flat and a little deeper in his forerib for me. Hopefully, with maturity, the sheep changes a little bit there as I read him. He's the one, like I said, that is the most fault-free, or the one that I found with the things I'd like to change the least in him. Therefore, he ends up winning the class. My lamb in second is one that didn't find right away, but the more you study him, the more you like him. Really is good in his lines, the way he moves around the ring. Is one of the heavier ones in the class, so that helps him as far as maturity goes when you're up against a bunch of little ones. But he's one that is really narrow when he's coming at me. Probably one of the narrowest based ones coming at me. He corrects that some as he walks away from me. He's got some good base width there. He's opened up in his rib cage and carries that progressively back into a wider part to the center portion of his leg is the widest part of his body. But he's one that I just would like to change just a little bit in his overall structure to move up in this class. Next one in class was one that I thought I would use to win the class for a little while. But the more I study him, the more his body, I'd like to change the way he's built. Good on his feet and legs, good base width, but he's one that just doesn't balance up very well for me when you get to analyzing him from the side. And when you get him out and moving him, when he's coming at you, he's just got a little more waisty breast in him, and he just gets a little flatter in that forerib for me, and really just a little flatter in his overall rib design for me to move up in class today. But I do appreciate the sheep's rack shape in him, his loin and hip shape. I just like to change the way his body is made for me to move up in this class today. Next one in class, actually the next two in class, very similar in their type and kind. I'm going to use a sheep that's a little better in his lines than the one below him. He's one that is elevated up through his front end. I'd like to change him on them hind wheels some. He's got just a little bit different set when he puts them down and a little bit different set when he's in motion on those. But I do like the sheep's body cavity. He is more opened up. He is rounder ribbed. He's really good in his lines, but just structure, I'd like to change him. Next lamb in class, again, this one, in contrast, is fairly good on his feet and legs, but he's one I would definitely like to change in his lines. His forerib just drops down out of him a little too much and a little tighter flank than I'd like to see one. I do like that he's opened up in his body cavity. He does have good turn to his rib cage, but I would just like to change him in his design, his overall makeup on the side profile as that sheep moves about for me to use him up higher in the class today. Thank you.
Congratulations in Class 12 Natural Colors. First place goes to Kaylor Lee from Burlington, Kansas. Second place to Joe Cranbracknell from Richwood, Ohio. Third goes to Caitlin Heine from Springport, Michigan. Fourth in the class goes to Casey Craig from Nicholasville, Kentucky. Fifth place goes to Megan Schroeder from Wisner, Nebraska. Sixth in the class goes to Sophie Young from Leesburg, Ohio. Seventh in the class is Shelby Jackson from Marcellus, Michigan. Eighth place goes to Caden Hands from Union City, Ohio. Ninth in the class goes to Kirsten Augustine from Loudonville, Ohio. And 10th in the class goes to Jocelyn Garney from Wester City, Iowa. Big round of applause, please, as our natural color exhibitors are excused from the ring at this time.
very competitive natural class to finish this class up with. We've got two up on top here that I think are extremely competitive. The way they're built, the way they move around, the way they set up, the way they handle, both extremely good. The sheep we're going to win the class with is one that just really never gives you a bad look. He's a sheep, you know, when he's stuck, he's just perfect in his lines. Underline just stays flawless in him. Top line stays flawless in him. When he gets out on the move, those lines stay good in him. He just, from a profile standpoint, he just profiles up really nice on the move or stuck. He's just really multi-dimensional in his rib cage and in his shoulder. He's opened up when he's coming at you. He plants those feet true to the ground. He really is opened up from the center portion of his body, starting right at that rib cage, carrying it all the way back. Big stifled sheep, and really progressively gets wider from front to rear. He's one you really appreciate the way he handles, just a big crisp rack in him. He excels over our second place sheep just in terms of his design and his lines and his rib cage design. That's where he ends up pretty easily winning the class for me. The one in second is one you really like from his overall standpoint of muscularity, but he's one that just doesn't balance up as nice in his lines. He's pretty good in his lines. He's really neat on his feet and legs, and really opened up in his rib cage, and really opened up in the, as you progressively move towards the back end of this sheep. He's really fresh, really firm. He's got a lot of future in him, just like the sheep that wins the class does, but he's one that just doesn't bounce up enough from the side, and that's being real critical because the other one just strikes a pose when he's stuck, where this one just doesn't blend as smooth when you're coming out of that loin over that hip, and just that overall leg set to his rear legs is the one that wins the class does. But a really nice sheep in second. The one in third is a sheep, very good design sheep, very good eye appealing sheep, great set of feet and legs on him, wide based. This sheep, though, in relation to the two above him, he's just not fresh enough. He's not expressive enough. He just doesn't have enough shape, overall shape, to his top side, and enough expression coming out his back end. He's a sheep that blends really good in his shoulder to his rib cage. He's opened up, but he's one that's just really past 12 o'clock for me to use any higher in this class, but a really neat sheep, really good design sheep to use here in third. Next one in class, again, really good design sheep. He's right in his lines, good on his feet and legs. He just gives up a lot of overall substance to move up in class. He's just not as big a bodied as the one in front of him. He's a longer bodied sheep. He's a shallower bodied sheep, but there just isn't as much to this sheep to move up any higher. Very similar to my next sheep in class. He's one that just gets a little narrow on me. He's a little narrow underneath. He just gets a little narrow in his body, a little flatter in his rib cage for me to move up in this class. And I would like to change him just in that rear flank some in relation to his chest floor. I would like to shallow him up in his chest floor and drop him in his rear flank, but a really fresh, good handling, crisp sheep to use here in fifth. Nice class of naturals. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 13 Natural Color. First place goes to entry number 254, Emily Smith from Elk City, Oklahoma. Second in the class goes to Parker Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois. Third place goes to Jack McKinney from Colo, Iowa. Fourth in the class goes to Kendall Rosen from Urbana, Indiana. Fifth in the class goes to Jaden Yance from Walton, Indiana. Sixth in the class goes to Taylor Muhlenkamp from Salina, Ohio. Seventh place in the class goes to Kelby Roberts from Falmouth, Indiana. Eighth place goes to Shay Tonkovich from Kingwood, West Virginia. Ninth in the class is Bailey DeGroat from Germantown, Ohio. And 10th in the class goes to Tyson Warner from Spencer, Tennessee. We now have in the class class 14 natural colored. We have 27 entries in this class. The weights range from 157 to 183 pounds. Following this class, we will pick your champion natural color, and we'll move immediately into the class 15 Oxfords. Round of applause, please, for our natural color exhibitors as they exit the show ring.
really competitive class on naturals there. Didn't take a lot of time at the end because the one that wins the class does it fairly easily. He's a sheep when you get him out on the move. He just really profiles and turns and moves out great, whether he's coming at you, going away from you, or going right beside you. Just really maintains his lines. Just really neat sheep when you get your hands on top of him. Just big rack, big loin, really big and expressive out through his leg. He's really opened up in his rib cage. He's got a lot of base width to him, whether he's coming at you, going away from you. Just an extremely good one for the natural drive. Next lamb in class is built the most similar to him as far as his muscularity and his structure. He's a sheep that's wide to the ground. It's really opened up in his rib cage. He doesn't balance up as nice in his underline as the sheep above him. He's just not as parallel to his top line in regards to his underline as the sheep above him, but those two are really close in their placing. He's one that if we could change that about him, he would move up in this class. But that being said, he's not as wide base as the one that wins the class either, but two really nice sheep to start that class out with. Next young lady's lamb in class is one that hit me pretty well when he came in and pulled him towards the top there. He's one you really like the way the sheep handles. He stands up on a good set of feet and legs. He's not as wide base, and he's just not as pulled apart in the center part of his body, which really for me is just an indication of how much muscle shape the sheep truly do have. And he just doesn't have as much as the two that stand above him. But those three are really nice in the way they handle, how fresh they are, how crisp they are, how expressive they are, and really good eye-appealing, good profiling lambs. Next one in class is one stands right up there, really square built. He stands up at the top of his shoulder, is high where we want it to be. He's really good in his underline in relation to his top line. He just gives up a little bit of overall structural stoutness for me to move up in class to the other ones. He's one of the finer bone sheep in class as far as foot size. He's one you do like the base width of him, you do like his body cavity in him, but he's one that just doesn't bounce up as nice to move up in class. Next young man sheep in class is one really eye-appealing sheep out here. He's one that moves around the ring really well. His underline too just isn't quite as nice and parallel to his top line as some of the sheep above him. Big bone sheep. You really like that about him, but he's one also that he's just not opened up enough in the center part of his body. He's just really narrow when he's coming at you and narrow going away from you, and he's just not as fresh and expressive as some of them other sheep that stand above him today. Nice set of lambs.
Results of Class 14, Natural Colored. First place in the class goes to entry number 4, Taylor Busenberg from Mentone, Indiana. Second place goes to Ava Elder from State Center, Iowa. Third place in the class goes to Delilah Myers from St. Paris, Ohio. Fourth in the class goes to Cole Cooper, Elwood, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to Sam McKinney from Colo, Iowa. Sixth in the class goes to Travis Wallen, Trafalgar, Indiana. Seventh in the class goes to Brooke Bowen from Lynn, Indiana. Eighth place in the class goes to Seth Waliskly from Shelby, Ohio. 9th in the class goes to Samantha Rout from Carmel, Indiana. And 10th place goes to Sydney Tomlin from Unionville, Missouri. We are now selecting your champion and your reserve champion, natural colored. Next class in the ring will be Class 15 Oxfords. Looking for 34 entries in Class 15 Oxfords.
Really strong natural drive here. Again, I don't want to go out and not going to talk each one of them, but just kind of again summarize what I'm looking for in the sheep. Sheep that are structurally correct, obviously. Sheep that are opened up underneath, wide base coming at me, going away from me, really paralleling their lines. Show me a little athleticism, up fronted, opened up in their rib cage with that shoulder laying in really well, up on top of the rib cage, to the side of the rib cage and underneath. And when they're really round rib, that's really a challenge to do, because a lot of times that shoulder can lay outside that rib cage, but we want that rib cage to be opened up as much as possible, that shoulder to lay in there, and then get progressively wider as they come back, and really pile as much muscle on that kind of skeleton as you can. That's the kind of sheep I like, and that sheep's going to be your heavyweight champion here, is going to be the Grand Natural. For reserve, I think it comes down and gets a little closer placing to the second place heavy and our middleweight class winner. For me, it comes down to which ones are better in their lines, which ones are truer when they get out moving in their lines, which ones stay more parallel, but yet maintain that overall mass of their body cavity and really maintain that structural width to the ground, which ones stay wide coming at me and going away from me. And for reserve, we're going to go to this young lady with the first place middleweight.
Congratulations to natural color exhibitors. Entry number 4, first place out of class number 14, Taylor Busenberg from Mentone, Indiana. Your reserve champion was class winner out of class 12, entry 1226, exhibited by Kaylor Lee from Burlington, Kansas. Congratulations to our natural colored exhibitors. We're now bringing in your class 15 Oxfords. We have 34 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 113 pounds to 189 pounds. Class 15 Oxfords. Correction on that. Your reserve champion was out of class 13, but it was class winner in entry number 254, Emily Smith from Elk City, Oklahoma. A big round of applause, please, for our exhibitors as they exit the show ring, please.
super set of Oxfords here. We're going to use a sheep, I think, that easily wins the class. It really wasn't a whole lot of debate between which sheep was going to win. It was more of a debate of where we're going to sort third, fourth, and fifth. The top two are very similar in their type and kind. Extremely good balanced sheep that are very structurally correct and really wide to the ground. We're just going to start out with a sheep that's wider in his body cavity, really opened up in his rib cage. Very good in his lines when he's moving. He's really wide based when he's moving away and coming at you. He's one you just really like. His muscularity in him, when you combine his muscularity with the way he's structurally built, he's just really expressive, really big rack. He's just really square-ended, really dimensional. When you come back to his hind leg, he's just really wide from stifle to stifle. He's just a sheep that really combines all the traits I'm looking for in this particular breed. He'd be pretty competitive in some of the other breeds as well, but just a really nice sheep to start the class off with. The reserve is going to be a sheep that's very similar in his lines, very similar in his body type and build. He's a wide base sheep. He's one that just isn't as wide and opened up in the center part of his body, and surely isn't as wide as we carry on back to his leg. He just gives up a little bit of mass and substance. Really could fit inside the sheep that wins the class, and both those two, though, are very good sheep, very expressive sheep, really trim, really crisp. I just chose to go with one that's just a wider constructed one, but two really nice sheep to start that class off with. Young man here in third is one that very similar in type and kind as those, very similar in handling characteristics of those top two, very similar base width. He just gives up some size and power, those top two. He's probably outweighed by 10-15 pounds, and you got to judge him as they are today. He's a sheep you really appreciate the lines he has. He's really opened up for a youthful sheep, and has a lot of shape to him for a youthful sheep. He just gives up some shape, and from an overall quantity standpoint, from the two above him, but certainly not a quality standpoint, really high quality individual. Lamb down here in fourth is very similar again in the way he handles to the sheep above him. He just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. He's just not as good in his lines, and his underline isn't as parallel to his top line. And he's one, as you analyze him out through his last trip back, he's one you'd like to change up just a little bit. He's just not as smooth transition from loin to hip, and he rolls out that tail head a little bit compared to the ones above him. That's being pretty critical because he's a sheep that stands up on a good foundation. He's one that's really wide based and really wide at the bottom of his body cavity, but he's one too that you'd like to open up just a little bit in his body cavity, because his shoulders sit outside him, like I explained on some of those sheep before. But he's one, handling characteristics are very similar, top three above him. He's just not as uniform in the structural makeup to move up and contend with those other three. Next lamb in class is one that again, you really appreciate for the way the sheep's made. He's square built, square to the ground. He's one, though, that's just not as firm and as fresh as the sheep above him. He doesn't move off those hind wheels quite as nice as some of the sheep above him. He's wide base, stands on a good foot. He just gets a little straight for me off them rear wheels to move up in that class today, and I'd like to freshen him up just ever so slightly as well. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 15 Oxfords. Your first place and champion Oxford goes to entry number 1175, Laura Wynn from Moriarty, New Mexico. Second place and your reserve champion Oxford goes to entry 203, Adam Thompson from Maryville, Missouri. Third place goes to Tyler Hewer from Greensboro, Georgia. Fourth place in the class goes to Lily Medlin from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Sixth place in the class goes to Holly Swearington from Lawrence, Kansas. Seventh place in the class goes to Samantha Williams from Mabel, New Mexico. Eighth in the class goes to Kyra Schimbeckler from Columbia City, Indiana. Ninth in the class goes to Luke Harker from Hope, Indiana. And 10th in the class goes to Ian Johnson from Maryville, Ohio. We are now showing your Class 16 Shropshires. We have 35 entries in the class ranging in weight from 101 pounds to 146 pounds. If you would, give a big hand to those exhibitors who will be dismissed from the show ring. Thank you all for being here.
there's a lot of quality in this first Shrop class. We get all the way down to about 7th here in this class that I think are tremendously good. A lot of shapes and sizes, but a huge weight range of about 40 pounds, I think is what they said in here, but just a lot of quality and a lot of depth throughout. We're going to start out with a sheep I think fairly easily wins the class. Sheep that stands up on a really good foundation, tracks really wide, going both ways. He's a sheep that when you get your hands on him, that's where he really separates himself, because those top 3 are all cracked open in their rib cage. They're all really round bodied and all really parallel in their lines. But he's one that just has a really robust, crisp touch to him. He's really, opened up in that rack shape. He's just got a lot of expression there. It's really wide, it's really deep, big loin and big rump. Just a tremendous touch on the sheep. You really like him when he gets out and moves. His lines stay real true. He's the tallest one of the first 3 at his shoulder, and just really walks out very uniquely to win that class. Next young man brings a sheep that very similar in his type and kind, square built. He's really opened up in his rib cage. He's really round in his rib cage. Shoulder lays in there right. He's a wide base sheep that stands on a really good foundation and steps down really true from the base of his body cavity. He's just not as firm and as fresh and as crisp as that top one, but he's one that on any other given day probably could win the class, because he's still pretty fresh and fresh enough. The other one just got a robust touch to him. A sheep you really appreciate for as he progressively gets wider as he comes back, and a sheep again that's really opened up from the center portion of his rib, progressively gets wider. You really like the top shape in the sheep. It's really smooth, really wide all the way back. One that unfortunately doesn't handle quite as sharp as the first place lamb to stand up and higher in this class. Third place lamb in class, very similar to the second place, very square built, square to the ground, good set of feet and legs. When he moves out, he moves with his front end, his shoulder down just a little bit. That concerns me a touch. He's not made as unique from his neck coming out of that shoulder. He just gets a little U-neck. That's being real critical on a really good sheep, because those top 3 are just extremely good the way they're built, as cracked open as they are and as sound as they are, and structurally correct, and really the muscle quality that they have. But you got to split them somewhere, and to me that's where you split them, is on the move. I like sheep that move out good. He does move out good. He's just not as tall fronted for me as the 2 above him, and just the way that neck sets in there, I'd like to change that a touch to move him up in the top pair. Next young man in class, really one of the highest quality sheep in the class, one of the smallest, one of the lightest ones in class, but you get to studying this guy, and he's really good to the ground. He's really structurally correct. He's really pulled apart. He's really wide-bodied. He's got a heck of a future in front of him, because there's just a lot of good in him the way he is built. He's super smooth at his angles, but yet he's really square made off his top end and off his back end, and he just has a lot of muscle quality and muscle mass and freshness to him. He just gives up some shape and size to move up in that class. In contrast, my next sheep in class, is definitely bigger in terms of size and scale than the young man's lamb in 4th, but he's a sheep, that is on the other end of the spectrum. He's a little past 12 o'clock for me. Really like the way he's built, like his leg structure, like his base width, like his body cavity, how cracked open he is. He's just not fresh at all for me today. He's just pretty stale. He's got some muscle mass to him. It's just not as crisp as I'd like to see it to move up any farther in this class today. Thank you.
Congratulations to the exhibitors in Class 16 Shropshires. 16 Shropshires. First place went to entry 520, Taylor Busenberg. from Mentone, Indiana. Second place, Cade Carmison from Hennessy, Oklahoma. Third place goes to Kyra Elliott from Calumet, Oklahoma. Fourth place in the class goes to Brody Scroggins from Moore, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to Kerrigan Hatch from Gladbrook, Iowa. Sixth in the class is Lane Slayton from Noblesville, Indiana. Seventh place goes to Seth Schumacher from Albany, Michigan. Eighth place goes to Liliana McDermott from Carrollton, Georgia. Ninth in the class goes to Dakota Dunlap from Marysville, Ohio. And 10th in the class goes to Annie Schottmeyer from Batesville, Indiana. We currently have Class 17 Shropshires in the ring. We have 38 entries ranging from 147 to 186 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion Shropshire. The next class will be Class 18 Southdowns. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause as we exit these exhibitors from the ring.
good class of Shrops to end the Shrop breed off with. I do, however, think we got a few sheep you'd like to combine some pieces and parts to find that one that really hits me and suits me just to a T. But that being said, we're going to start out with the one that has the most of those things combined in one package that I'm looking for. That's going to be the young man's sheep in first there. He's a sheep that's pretty good on his feet and legs, walks out pretty wide based. He's got a tremendous touch to him, really fresh sheep. He is one, he's not the most overpowering sheep in the class. He's presented very good. He is opened up in his rib cage. You know, he's really does not progressively get wider as he gets back, but he balances up. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't narrow up. He doesn't wedge to the back like some would that are lower in the class. He's one that just balances up. He's not any wider in his back end than he is in his front end, but he's one that has a good turn to his rib cage, and he's good in his lines, and he's super good in his touch. Really fresh, really crisp. Therefore, he's going to win the class. Second lamb in class is one that's built real similar in kind to him. He's up and out. He's a little more elevated. He's really good on his feet and legs. The only issue with him when he gets out and moves or he stands there, he's just lower at the top of his shoulder than he is at the top of his hip. That being said, I think he's pretty good in his lines. He's fairly parallel. He's just running downhill, which I'd rather him run uphill for sure. But he is, you know, a sheep that's constructed the second best in the class. He's one that's opened up in his rib cage. He does progressively get wider as he gets back, but there's just some things I prefer one over the other, and that is one that stands up taller at their front than the other one. Therefore, that's why he's going to fall down into second. Young man's lamb in third is handles very similar to the sheep above him, very similar construction and makeup and their skeletal qualities. He's a sheep that is wide to the ground, wide base, really opened up in his rib cage. He's a sheep, though, that just as you handle his rack and you come back over that loin into that hip, he just really tapers out through that hip shape compared to the two above him. The two above are really robust and wide in that upper hip, and he's a sheep that's just a tick narrow out that tail head for me today, but I do appreciate the quality that the sheep possesses. Next lamb in class is one that again, found his way into this top 5 fairly easily. You really like the muscularity of the sheep. You really like the touch of the sheep. He just doesn't balance up all that good. You set him in motion or get him stuck. He's just awful rough top for me. He's fairly decent in his lines and pretty good in his rib shape and rib cage. He is one that stands on a little frailer skeleton, a little frailer bone for me. You know, if we could change that and we could change, you know, just making him a little smoother in his profile, I think we could move him up the line a little bit. Likewise, in my 5th place lamb sheep, I really like how bold and rugged and durable this sheep is. I like him on his feet and legs, but the more he stands out here, the more that top line bothers me right there from his last rib to his loin, and in their back. He's pretty wide. He's really opened up in his chest. He's really opened up in his rib cage. He progressively gets wider as he gets back, but he just doesn't balance up, and he's just not smooth enough for me to move up any higher in this class today. Thank you.
We are now ready to select your champion Shropshire. We need the class winners from class 16 and 17 to be making their way in. Immediately following the
again, two really nice classes of Shrops to evaluate out here for the Grand Drive. Y'all heard what I like in the sheep, so I won't prolong that and kind of summarize that again. It sounds like a broken record, but for me, ultimately, it's about the quality and which one is constructed the best and the terms I described before. That being said, I'll go out and congratulate your Grand Reserve Shrop.
Your champion Shropshire come out of class 16, entry 520, exhibited by Taylor Busenberg from Montone, Indiana. And your reserve Shropshire champion came also from class 16, entry 295, exhibited by Cade Carmason from Hennessy, Oklahoma. Today in the Southdown ring, we'll be having 2 classes in your market lamb division for the Southdown breed. Following the selection of your champion reserve, today we will have some awards and recognitions to follow. We want to thank the association for being here and providing some additional awards and recognitions for us today within the Southdown breed. A nice round of applause for those Southdown exhibitors that will be excused from the show ring. Thank you.
excellent set of Southdowns to start the Southdown show off with. I think we got some tremendous individuals all up and down this top line here that made the sift all the way down into 11th, 12th. I think there's some outstanding individuals. But in all reality, the one that wins the class, I think it does it fairly hands down. That's just an outstanding sheep. She comes out, brings that sheep out. It hits you right away. Just a ton of eye appeal in that sheep. Really good to the ground, really wide based. Really is the widest base sheep coming at you, the widest sheep going away from you in the class. Really opened up in his rib cage. Tremendously smooth down his top line. Just a super construction to his rib and his hind leg. I think is just phenomenal, the profile this sheep presents to us. If I was going to change him just ever so slightly, it'd be changing him and his lines just a little bit. He likes to get just a little bit deeper in his chest floor than what I truly like, but he combines so many other good aspects into one fault-free one that I'm not going to let that knock him down any farther. I just think he's an outstanding one to start this class off with. Next young lady in class is one again that has one that's pretty fault-free. Really moves out on a good set of wheels. Really good construction as far as its rib cage and shoulder goes, its feet and legs go. The thing that this one doesn't have that the one that wins the class does is when you get right out through that tail head and right out through that hip and rear leg construction, this one's just not as robust and bold out through that hip shape as the one that wins the class. But two sheep that are very similar in their type and kind, the way they handle, just really smooth, really fresh. Two outstanding individuals to use on top of that class. Next young man's lamb in class by far is the biggest ended one in class. It's one I really appreciate for the leg shape that the lamb has. But we got to look at more things than just the leg shape in them. You know, I talked about body construction and paralleling their lines all day. I used one that isn't as parallel in his lines in this class, but is acceptable for me. And that's where this one's just not as acceptable. He really wedges the wrong way when you're looking at his lines. He really opens up from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest floor when you're analyzing him from the side. That's one thing I'd like to change about him. If we changed about him, this guy would be just a terror out there, because he's really fresh, he's really big racked, he's really big ended, as I said. He's one though that probably isn't as smooth in his transition from his loin to his hip, but again, being real critical on some sheep that are very, very nice, outstanding sheep in the top end of this class. Next young man's lamb in class is one, again, presented very nice, shown excellent, really good feet and legs on him, really wide base sheep. But overall construction of the sheep, he gets a little flat throughout the whole body from one end to the other end. He just gets a little flatter for me. I'd like to just give him a little more rib shape, just to open him up in the center portion of his body to really move up in this class. Really appreciate how smooth the sheep is, but he isn't as expressive and fresh as the sheep above him either. Change a couple of those things and it would make him very, very tough to get around in a class that's really deep to begin with, but a really nice sheep to use in fourth. Young lady in fifth is a sheep that's really square made, built really well in terms of its lines, really opened up in its rib cage, carries that width all the way back, but the sheep is probably one of the narrowest based ones of the top five, whether he's coming at you or moving away from you. Something I would like to change about him. You change that on him, and again, he's going to be really, really competitive, but just not wide enough base for me to move up in this class today. Thank you.
Placings in class 18. Class 18 Southdowns. First place goes to Carly Winfrey from Seminole, Texas. Second place in the class goes to Sadie Allen from Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place goes to Dayton Mordvit from Linville, Iowa. Fourth place in the class goes to Trey Harbor from Gatesville, Texas. Fifth in the class goes to Gabby Rout from Carmel, Indiana. Sixth place in the class goes to Grace Fry from Rochdale, Indiana. Seventh in the class is Addie DeLong from Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Eighth place is Sophie Young from Leesburg, Ohio. Ninth in the class goes to Lindsay Eddy from Maryville, Ohio. And 10th in the class goes to Ethan Bontrager from Millersburg, Indiana. We now have in the class 19 Southdowns. We have 34 entries in the class, ranging in weights from 136 to 182 pounds. Following this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion Southdown. And we have some folks from the Southdown Association that are here. We have some recognition, some additional awards that they have brought, and we certainly appreciate them for being here to sponsor the North American Southdown class in the weather show here at the North American. please join me in a round of applause as we excuse these Southdown exhibitors.
Another good competitive Southdown class to evaluate here. You get into some of these bigger weights on some of these breeds, and things tend to start to not be as desirable as what you would expect in them. There's a few sheep here I'd like to combine some things to just make them more suitable. That being said, we're going to use a sheep that really puts everything together that I'm looking for in the most complete package for this class. You know, the top 3 sheep are all structurally very sound, very good in their feet and legs. Base width is very similar in all 3 of them. What really starts to sort them is the way their body is constructed, and then just how much muscle mass and firmness and freshness. The sheep that wins the class, again, he's just as good as the other ones in his foundation. Where he separates himself is in his the way he's constructed in his body. He's just more opened up in his rib cage. He's got more turn to his rib cage. He's better in his lines from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest plate, and he's really parallel when you get him out moving or you get him stuck. He excels out through that upper hip and down into the center portion of that leg is where he really excels over the next 2 in class. But he just really does combine some neat, intriguing things to use here for this Southdown class. Next young lady's lamb in class is very similar to the 3rd place in class. They're built, again, on a very good, similar foundation to all 3 of those sheep in the top. But where this sheep excels over the 3rd place sheep is just freshness, firmness of touch. He's trimmer. He's a sheep I would like to change the way his body is built a little bit. You know, being critical on one, but he does get just a little bit deeper in that lower third of his rib cage. He's got a decent turn to his rib cage, but him and the 3rd place one are very similar in that. From that standpoint, they just get a little longer in their rib, and I would like to change that up. Pretty critical on one that's pretty nice, but as you follow that body capacity back to the center portion of his leg from stifle to stifle, he just gives up some center dimension and some center width to that leg in terms of the lamb in front of him to move up in the class today. But really do appreciate his freshness, his firmness of touch, and overall trimness of makeup for a lamb that's this size in the Southdown breed. The lamb that was 3rd, similar in body construction. He's one I'd like to change. I think he gets just a longer in his rib. He's just longer from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest plate. He's one that's built on a good foundation, just like the other ones, not to sound like a broken record, but he is not as trim. He is one that's just carrying a lot more cover. Generally not a big criteria of mine, but it is when they're not fresh. And he's one also I would like to just widen him out. He gets just a little narrow when you come out through that tail head to move up in class. Next young lady's lamb is one that's square built, good in his lines. He's just not as opened up in the center portion of his rib cage to move up. He's built on a good foundation just like the other ones, wide coming at me, wide going away. I'd just like to open him up more in the center portion of his rib, carry that width progressively wider all the way back, which he doesn't, to move up in this class. And he's just not as fresh as the first couple in that class either. Next young man's lamb in class, one that's intriguing from his profile view, good in his lines, good in the turn to his stifle from the side profile, stands on a good amount of bone. Really good in his lines. Where I fault this sheep really is when he stands and when he walks away from him. He just tracks way too narrow for the size and the muscle capacity that this sheep carries from front to rear. He's one I would just like to make him track out just ever so slightly wider for me. And he is one that's getting up in a bigger weight range for a Southdown. He's just not as fresh as what a couple that stood 1-2 in the class to move up today. But again, really nice set of Southdowns all up and down the line here.
placings in Class 19 Southdown Market Lambs. First place goes to entry number 486, Megan Schroeder from Wisner, Nebraska. Second place, Mila Testerman from Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place in the class is Monica Wallen from Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place goes to Alana Kessler from Clay City, Illinois. Fifth in the class is Dayton Mortbit from Linville, Iowa. Sixth place in the class goes to Lane Slayton from Noblesville, Indiana. Seventh is Tori Warren from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Eighth place in the class goes to Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois. Ninth in the class goes to Bailey DeGroat from Germantown, Ohio. 10th place goes to Landon Hack from Wilmore, Kentucky. The American Southdown Breeders Association invites the first and second place class winners from the Southdown market classes that meet Southdown breed requirements to compete for a $1,000 scholarship for champion and a $500 scholarship for reserve champion. These scholarships will be paid to the exhibitor upon proof of college attendance. Also, the American Southdown Breeders Association will present a traveling trophy and a rosette to the winners of the Pot of Gold Market Lamb Show at the conclusion of the selection of the champion and reserve Southdown Market Lambs.
Let's give the Southdown exhibitors a good round of applause. Really good Southdown show. In all lambs or all sheep, when I judge them, I do appreciate youthfulness of the sheep. Not that I like small sheep, I just like fresh, firm, to the touch, crisp handling sheep that look youthful. I like muscle, of course. I've talked about how much base width I like and how much width I like in the center portion of that body. When you combine all that stuff together, I think there's a couple out here that are pretty unique and outstanding in the areas that I like. And then, you take that on to the youthfulness of them, and I think they really display that quite well, too. That being said, I'll go out. I've talked the sheep in class, described them in class. Like I said, I think there's some out here that, for me, just have a better touch, just more youthful today. All of them are very good in their structure. All of them are very good in the foundation that they track out on and their body, the way that's constructed. So that being said, I'll go out and congratulate the Grand Southdown.
Your champion Southdown Market Lamb is entry number 685, Carly Winfrey from Seminole, Texas. She will also be receiving a scholarship from the Southdown Association for $1,000 and will be occupying a traveling trophy for the Pot of Gold Market Lamb winner. And your reserve also comes out of class number 18, entry 174, exhibited by Sadie Allen of Elk City, Oklahoma. Also, in addition to these winners, we have some winners for this year's Market Lamb Fraternity. Fifth place goes to Caroline Coons of Indiana. Fourth place goes to Drew George of Michigan. Third place goes to Maylee Chateau of Ohio. Second place goes to Emily Bright of Texas. And your fraternity winner is Elizabeth Chateau from Ohio. Congratulations, Southdown exhibitors. The United States Suffolk Sheep Association will award a sale credit towards the purchase of a registered or transferred Suffolk sheep. Purchase must be purchased through a public or online auction by October 31st of 2017. The exhibitor of the champion Suffolk Market Lamb will receive a $500 in sale credit, and the exhibitor of the reserve champion Market Lamb will receive a $250 in sale credit. No special interest required for this. Please contact the United Suffolk Sheep Association for details. Please join me in congratulating our Suffolk exhibitors as they are exited from the ring and dismissed from the class at this time.
Really nice set of Suffolks to start the last breed of the day. We're going to use a sheep that really comes out here and excels as he moves around the ring and moves about on a really good set of feet and legs, really wide. The sheep just really never gives you a bad look. He's really good in his lines, moves out when he's, and just super fluid, stays really correct when he's moving out on his feet and legs, stays really good and parallel in his lines. He's a sheep that stands uphill. He's a sheep that's really built well in his body constructions. He's opened up in his rib cage, shoulder blade lays right in it. Tremendous finish and touch, really crisp handling sheep, really smooth and full out through his loin and out through his dock. Widest point on him again is the center portion of his leg. He's just got a ton of expression. He's just really 12 o'clock today. Just a really good complete sheep. Love the way he's built for this class. Next young lady's lamb in class. Very similar handling characteristics, really firm, fresh to the touch, good rack shape, good loin and rump structure. Just not as built as unique as the sheep in front of him. He's a sheep that is pretty decent in his lines. He's not as deep in his flank as the one that wins the class. He's a sheep that's not up fronted as much as the sheep that wins the class. Therefore, he ends up being in second because there's just some things that I'd like to change about him. I do like the base width coming at you, going away from you. Good set of feet and legs. I just like to change the way his body is constructed just ever so slightly to move up in that first place hole. Next young lady's lamb in class is one, I thought I was going to use a little bit higher, but the more you study it, the more you analyze him, the more you work him, it's a sheep that just starts to get a little plain and a little flat on me. He's one that just gets longer from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest plate. He just gets a little longer rib there. He just gets a little longer from the top of his loin, even down into his flank, to where it comes across just as a little plain, which is being critical on one that's third place in a class at Louisville in the Suffolk Drive that is a pretty competitive type of class. But he's one that I would just like to give him a little more width through the center portion of his body, more so the center portion of his rib cage. I'd just like to give more turn to it to move him up in class today, but a nice sheep in his own right. Next lamb in class is the most athletic looking one in class. He's the most open, up and out there one, but that's also the issue with him, is he's too much up and out there. He just doesn't have enough mass and width and overall dimension for me. He's the narrowest based one in class when he gets out moving away from you and coming at you. He really just doesn't have enough width through the center portion of his body. Therefore, he's just giving up a lot of volume, a lot of mass for me today to move up any higher in the class. Next young man in class is one that has a fairly unique one in his build from a muscle standpoint and volume standpoint, but he's just not athletic enough when we get him out moving in the ring. He's one that just isn't as smooth when he gets out tracking. He's one that just likes to drop his front shoulder down, drop his head down, and he just doesn't hold together and balance up and give me that nice profile look and doesn't stay right in his lines for me. But a sheep you really like the body cavity and overall structure that the lamb does possess. Thank you.
Results of Class 20 Suffolks. First place goes to entry number 1143, Matthew Wallen from St. Paris, Ohio. Second in the class is Haley Hindman from Albia, Iowa. Third place goes to Margot Sturgis from Wooster, Ohio. Fourth in the class was Kaylin Irvin from Gatibo, Oklahoma. Fifth in the class goes to Weston Stevens from Chillicothe, Ohio. Placing sixth was Colin Stark from Pontiac, Illinois. Placing seventh rather, is Cagney Collins from Flanagan, Illinois. Eighth in the class was Sydney Chertney from Winnewauk, Wisconsin. Ninth in the class was Riley Mood from North Salem, Indiana. And 10th in the class goes to Colin Gump from Fletcher, Ohio. Please join me in congratulating those Suffolk exhibitors as they are dismissed from the ring. We'd like to announce to you again that the United States Suffolk Sheep Association will award a sale credit toward the purchase of a registered or transferred Suffolk sheep. Must be purchased through a public or online auction by October 31st of 2017. The exhibitor of the champion Suffolk Market Lamb will receive a $500 in-sale credit, and the exhibitor of the reserve champion lamb will receive a $250 in-sale credit. No special entry is required. For more details, contact the United Suffolk Sheep Association.
Good class to end the first day of North American off of. Really good competitive Suffolk class here. We're going to start out with the sheep really that's the most fault-free of the class. I think we've got probably all 5 of these individuals out here that really their structure, their foundation is extremely good. All 5 of them really wide-based, really good boned, stand on a really good set of feet and legs. The sheep that wins the class is one that really, when you get to analyzing him, stays true, really true in his lines when you get out and move him when he turns, coming at you, going away from you, or just across to the side of you, in front of you. Really stays true, really balances up. He's a sheep that really fresh in his touch up over his rack, really full in his loin, big square hip in him, and the widest part about him is the center portion of his hind end. A sheep that you really appreciate for the way he's constructed in his body. He wedges the right way, progressively gets wider as you follow that sheep back from front to rear. He's one that handles with an extreme amount of freshness and trimness and expression, so he easily wins that class. Young man's lamb in second is one where if you're standing from the side, you think, wow, muscularity, this guy's really neat, and it is. I mean, from his back end, he's really big-ended. He's really big stifled. Issue I have with him is when he tracks away from you, he just tends to get a tick narrow, and this sheep doesn't progressively get wider from the front to the rear. He's actually a little bit bigger fronted than he is ended, and I would like to change that about the sheep. He just doesn't balance up as well as the sheep that wins the class. That's being really critical on a pretty neat one. It's really good in his lines. I love his firmness and freshness of touch, but he's not any firmer or fresher than the sheep that wins the class. Really good in his lines. I would just like to change that one thing about him where I was being critical on a really nice sheep, but when it comes to this show, they got to be right all the way through. Nice job. Third place lamb is a sheep you really like, the firmness and freshness of touch of the sheep. He's one, though, that he's the one that's the wildest as far as being up and out there. He's really tall at the point of his shoulder. He's a sheep that's really high all the way through. Not to take anything away from him, he's good in his lines, he's good in his feet and legs, but he's a sheep when you really get analyzing him, there's just not as much to him when you get to analyzing him from rear to front when you get behind him. He proportions well relative from his front to his rear, and he balances up good that way. He's just not wide enough for me in the center portion of his leg, and he's just not wide enough and bold enough in his stifle compared to in relation to the 2 in front of him to move up any higher today. But a really nice sheep, good in his lines, really attractive sheep. There's just a little too much of him today as far as the size and scale for me. Next lamb in class is one that similar made to the top 2 in the class, but he's a sheep that's just a little past 12 o'clock for me. Good structured sheep, good in his lines, but he just comes across to me as a little bit stale today. He's just not as fresh and not as expressive down through his top, out through his hip and leg set. Good in his lines, good structured sheep, but if we could change those things about him, we'd move him up. Next lamb in class is similar in that from that standpoint. Really wide made, big bodied, square bodied sheep. But if I had to guess, I'd say this sheep is really, really heavy, and he's a sheep that just carrying a little too much condition for me. He is stout and he is bold. He's got a good foundation to him, but he's just way past 12 o'clock for me to move up any higher in this class today. Thank you.
In the market lamb ring, we're Results in Class 21 Suffolk Market Lambs. First place goes to entry 1152, Cole Cooper from Elmwood, Nebraska. Second place in the class goes to Louis Melchek from Bryan, Texas. Third in the class goes to Alexandria Castello from Tracy, California. Fourth in the class goes to Lane Slayton from Noblesville, Indiana. Placing fifth was Austin Bernicki from Claypool, Indiana. Sixth in the class goes to Tanner Wise from Torrington, Wyoming. Placing seventh was Kelsey Bowles from Livermore, California. Eighth in the class is Edward Hansen from Clifton, Illinois. Ninth place was Wyatt Nixon from Delavan, Wisconsin. And 10th place goes to entry 459, Rachel Syvertson from Brazil, Indiana. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion Suffolk in the ring at this time.
Nice way to end the day with this Suffolk drive. I think we've got 4 unique individuals out here, all very good structured sheep, built very good the way I like them built. All of them handle tremendously good, really fresh, really crisp on all 4 of them. Comes right down to which one is there more sheep of when you take everything else into consideration when it's relatively similar. All their foundation is good, coming at you, going away from you. Body construction is extremely good on all 4 of them, and freshness is the same on all 4 of them. So that being said, I'll go out and congratulate your Grand Reserve Suffolk.
Your champion Suffolk was exhibited by Cole Cooper of Elwood, Nebraska, entry number 1152, first place in Class 21. And your reserve champion also comes out of Class 21, entry number 1138, exhibited by Louis Melchek from Bryan, Texas. Folks, that concludes our show for today. We'll be back with you at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll be starting promptly at 8 o'clock, so have a good evening.